Hello, team. How do I put this? Where's my Slack? Okay. How are we doing? How's the team doing? Today's gonna be perhaps a pretty goofy time, a goofy stream. Hello, Retro Kid, how you doing? Where is my mouse? There it is. A goofy stream potentially, because I'm gonna try something a little bit different today. But before I do that, I think we'll do a it is an Inktober stream after all. I think I'm going to look at some old art from Inktober's past. I was gonna update my Twitter avatar and stuff today, but I forgot. Or I was too lazy. It was one of those. I don't know. Hi Hara, how you doing? I've been good. I skipped out on what I was gonna do this morning on account of staying up too late drawing last night. What exactly am I going to do? That's a really good question. I guess we won't bury the lead here. Can I fit that here? I don't know. Tell me if that audio quality sounds like garbage. Rather than do a sketching stream like promised, I'm going to try and do some traditional art. Dun dun dun. this is gonna be in my face the whole time, so it'll be incredibly awkward, and I don't know if it's gonna work very well at all, but this is what we're working with. So it's upside down. Why? It wasn't before. There we go. I know, crazy, right? Technology. Please stop blocking right there. That makes no sense. Okay, there we go. You're gonna go? You come back later? Cool. Well, make sure to say hi when you come back. Okay, so this is the test circumstance. This is the setup. The camera is attached to the chair. So when I move the chair, the camera's gonna move too. This is pretty close to the setup I did for that time lapse that I did. Also appears like there's no lag, or very little lag anyway, which is great. So, hand cam stream. What keyboard and mouse do I use? The keyboard's a Corsair something, and the mouse is a Razer Death Adder V2. I know that because I bought that one, and the keyboard was a gift, so I don't remember what the keyboard is. The keyboard's fine. Right. So I'm not sure if it's gonna like be super legible, if it's gonna be an enjoyable stream to watch or not, but we're gonna try it, and if it fails miserably, then it'll just be a goofy thing that we've done and we never have to do again. And the camera's gonna be shaking the whole time again because it is attached to this chair arm, which is not a solid object. It is locked onto this squishy chair arm, and I've tried to make it less squishy and a little bit more stable by way of a hot tamales box, which I flattened. Anyway, thus is the setup. Thus is the conceit of today's stream, and the idea is I'm going to be doing my Inktober entry today on this stream, of which the prompt is chain. So yeah, I don't think you guys can see the pencil very well, but hopefully you can see the ink. So we'll try and keep the sketch portion to a minimum, but you'll have to also sit through my brainstorming process, which could be very quick or it could take a very long time. Anyway, let's rewind. Let's rewind. Where's my... Oh my god, what happened to the... Okay. Ugh. This is my tablet. You've probably never seen it on the... Actually, I probably showed it to the camera a couple times. But this is my tablet. Let's do it. This day in Inktober history. This, or not this day, but I don't know, we'll pick a day. One that makes me look good. Maybe we'll go based more on what of the old art can I bear showing on stream. Day 20? I think I just did day 20, right? Yeah, today's the day 21. I just did day 20, so we could do a day 20. What was my day? My day 20 was okay. Oh my god. Got some honking in the background. What did I show last time? It was probably the Oscar piece, right? Yeah. We'll do day 20. We'll show Frost. But for starters, let's grab the day 20s from previous Inktober's. Stream downloads for 10, 21, 23. 17. I'm gonna do this somewhat intelligently. Oh, there's literally like, I think there's 2 Asuka pieces on this day in history, sort of. Oh yeah, this was a fun one. This will be a good comparison. I always, after drawing something for Inktober, just for my own benefit, I go and I look at previous entries for that day to see the improvement. It has a twofold effect, or I guess you can subdivide it sort of into 2 effects, but mainly it's to make me feel better about whatever it is I just fucking drew. That's the main benefit. We're missing like right in the middle of like some really cool 2021 drawings. We got kind of a lame one. That's fine. 2022, yeah, these are pretty boring entries for this day, which is why it makes this year's look really good. But you know, okay, I have saved all the images. That means theoretically we're ready to begin the retrospective. 10, 21, 23. Okay, so let's start in 2017. So 2017. You bring up the. There we go. Gotta take the wins as they come. You have to manufacture them sometimes. Okay. There's also a couple of certainties about this stream. Number one, my phone is going to die at some point. Number two, I probably won't be done with the drawing by the time it's dead. Those are just the facts, and they are undisputed. So we'll see what happens. Okay, 2017, the prompt was deep, and I drew this. This isn't actually Asuka, even though she's wearing plug suit. This is my 2017 Inktober OC, which showed up in pretty much all of the drawings. Yeah, at the time I was big on. I was not as much, I guess, at that point, but I was getting into the drawing of the Asuka. If that makes any sense. Not as much as 2018. This is as close as I got in 2017, but I think it counts. I must have looked at a reference for this, or it had been recent enough that I knew how to do it, because it looks pretty accurate, actually. The legs not so much, but it's pretty close. Anyway, there's some like poor man's perspective here. The shading is absolute garbage. Doesn't look very three-dimensional. It's fine. Don't want to die, don't want to die. Yep, cool. No Asuka? Not technically. Not technically. But don't worry. Don't worry, because in 2018, we did draw Asuka on day 20. Because in 2018, I think I drew Asuka 4 times over the course of Inktober. 2018 is definitely Asuka-tober. And it's where the hallowed tradition of the Inktober Asuka was firmly established. Because after that, I only did 1 Asuka per Inktober, but there was always at least 1. Breakable was the prompt in 2018. and it's, you know, it's better than 2017. Proportionally, it's whack. Perspective is also whack. There's a lot of mistakes here and there, such as this line that went nowhere. I'm not even sure what that was supposed to be. I don't know what that was about. I knew at one point what that line was, and I knew it was a mistake. But I was like, oh, damn. Errant line. And this is like a chair that you might see at like a, you know, a function somewhere. This is a stacking chair. So, not sure where she is right now. Clearly having a rough go of it. You know, fragile, breakable. What do you know? Just a line. Sometimes lines are good. Yeah, this one wasn't one of those, I think. Yeah. So, I think I liked that one at the time. I don't really like it at all anymore. But I guess that's what happens when art becomes 5 years old at this point. 2019 was a very rushed day. There's a reason for that. The prompt was, I think it's been trimmed? Prompt is tread. I don't think I wrote it down on the page. Yeah, I didn't. I just straight up didn't write it. But the prompt was tread in 2019. 2019 was a lot better than 2018, in the same way that 2018 was a lot better than 2017. But 2019, I think, is the first year I look back on and go like, you know, I think I had some things figured out. Shading was one of them. I had been carving pumpkins until like 10 or 11 p.m. on this day. And I carved an anime face. That's on my story. It's on my story highlight in with the other 2019 stuff. But this is all that I had time to do. And this has kind of grown on me over time. Background does look like garbage, but it's like charmingly garbage, you know? Character actually looks pretty good. And I like the interpretation of it even, so you know, good job for a low effort 2019 piece. Ambitious in its mediocrity, I say. Okay, 2020. This was right in the middle of a group of drawings, I think, that were kind of mediocre, and this was me trying to break the cycle by going for something a little bit more ambitious. And it was, but it's also kind of narrow in scope. I drew a scuba diver, you know? Perspective, I think, looks okay. And I did actually do some brief research to see like what kind of gear a scuba diver would have, and drew that. I also looked up some coral images, and I drew that. And for the most part, it looks okay. This you know, lettuce-looking stuff, not so much. Got a little muddy. It's okay. It's nice. I thank you. Highlights on the hair are not what I would like them to be. And I think that was even true at the time. This one, I think I did an okay job. I don't think my feelings on it now are pretty much what my feelings on it were when I first drew it, which is interesting. And in many ways, 2020 was just a more refined 2019 in terms of Inktober drawings. 2021 was a very ambitious year, but nonetheless, we had to have some disappointments, and this was one of them. Sprout was the prompt, and I couldn't think of what to do with that, so I just drew a character with an ahoge, a very large one, comically large, which I don't think I needed to do it like that. I think I could have just drawn a regular sized ahoge and been okay with that. But I wasn't. By and large, the drawing is okay. There's a couple of major problems though. One, and I copped to this when I posted it, my pens were dying and inconsistent, so my line work looked a little chunky in places, and that when I tried to shade it, my pen just sort of like absolutely gave up, and it was like really inconsistent and kind of garbage looking, which isn't what you want, so that was unfortunate. The other main thing is this arm doesn't work, doesn't make sense. It looks two-dimensional, disappears behind the body right there, implying a thickness of nothing, pretty much. Which if you don't look too hard, you might not notice it, and I didn't, but when I looked at it after I was done, I'm like, oh my god, this arm is nothing. But whatever, it was fine. Skirts also doesn't look great in certain places. Disappointing drawing. It's like a weapon, geez, yeah, I know. It's a hook. More like. Okay, 2022 I was actually pretty happy with it, but it was also during a low effort spate. The prompt was bluff. So I drew a character ostensibly bluffing. This is, you know, Hold'em. And this is a pot-sized 3-bet or something, you know? I did like the effect of the perspective on the chips. I liked the character. I liked the side eye. I liked everything here. It was pretty good. I don't really have any complaints. It just seems a little bit narrow. It's like there's no background, I guess, is the only problem, which I wasn't super in the habit of doing that at the time. That, I mean, this is the year I started doing it a lot, was 2022. It wasn't, however, the year where I did it for literally every single drawing, which brings us to our 2023 entry, Day 20 Frost. Which is a little crowded. I think it's good. I was initially going to draw my witch OC, maybe in casual clothes, and I kept the hairstyle, but I think it developed more into kind of a different character, because I thought that would be boring. The 2 rings around her was initially just going to be 1, and it wasn't even really going to be a ring, it was just going to be some spikes. But I think I messed up the symmetry on it, so in order to rescue it, I had to create 2 rings. And it still looks weird, but like if you don't look at it too hard, it's like, oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know what the story is here. And I hope these spikes read as like crystalline in some way. Because that's the aim. We have some mountains in the background, but they're very low on the horizon, and the castle is very high, so either we're like right underneath it, or this is some sort of high wall of Lothric situation, and I think I dig that interpretation. And we did manage to sneak some trees into this drawing. Gotta make sure there's trees in every drawing, if possible. So yeah, that's yesterday in Inktober history. Quick comparison, 2017, 2023. Wow, look at that improvement. Cool. Anyway, this is the exercise I go through after drawing anything, to be like, wow, it wasn't so bad after all. Nice trees, yeah, I know. Let's see, I'm gonna go do a very quick count here to see how many of the drawings I've done this year include trees, or rather, what will probably be easier, how many of them don't. Okay, that one's got trees, that one's got trees. This one doesn't have trees, it does have vines though, but doesn't count. So we have one that doesn't. That one has trees, that one has trees. This one doesn't. It has rockets, and it does have plants, but no trees. This one does have a tree. Singular tree. It could be a brush or something. I'm pretty sure it's meant to be like a sapling, though. I drew it, damn it. I could say it's a tree. This one is a bunch of mushrooms, which have the same effect, but they're not trees. So, no trees in that one. Trees in this one, trees in this one, trees in this one, trees in this one. No. Let's zoom in. Oh my god, there's trees in this one. Snuck them in the back. That one probably would be if it wasn't so high up, but no trees in that one. No trees in that one. Trees in this one. Hold on a sec. Did I already count? I don't think so. So I think that's 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, I really ramped up towards the end there of not including trees. So more than half of the drawings I've done this year have trees in them. Anyway, yeah, that's where we're at. The prompts today is chain. Is it chains or chain? Let's find out for sure. So I think that definitely changes the way that I'll interpret it. Chains, plural. Chains. Okay. Let's get the phone back. What are we at here? 63% battery? Might not be too bad, but definitely gonna run out at some point. I think I started this stream at about 70. Very environmentally conscious. Wow, I just live in a place where there's fucking trees everywhere, so... let's see, did I just grab this out in 2H? Yeah. This was a sacrificial page. Alright, so... let's use the mechanical pencil. Number one, because I like it more, and also probably it'll show up better on the page. Is it focused? I hope so. Okay. So chain. We can interpret this in a number of ways. Chains. You have chains, as in actual chains. You might have a chain link fence. You have chains in the metaphorical sense, like things that are holding somebody back. You have chains like a chained attack or firing solution. You have chain like a sequence of events. One thing I like to do is literally look up the description for each word. To be like, okay, how are we interpreting this right now? What are my biases, right? It's also you could have chain like a some bling. Chains like football. They call that moving the chains. A series. Yeah, I think we've exhausted our definitional inspiration. Now let's just throw the word into Pinterest and see if we come up with anything. Could draw 2 chains, I suppose so. We'll keep that in our back pocket. Okay. I do like the idea, perhaps, of including multiple types of chains. Like, actual chains would be good. Maybe a chain link fence. Maybe a sequence of events. I don't know. But usually what happens, at least this year, I haven't had to try that hard to think about a drawing. Usually just after thinking about it for a little while, I'll get like a flash of an image. Or a composition, I guess, and go like, I guess I'm doing that. And then I do that. But I don't know. It's something that happens entirely inside my head. I'm not sure if, being watched is gonna fuck with that process. Probably will. Okay. So chains. It could be like an elevator, like, I've drawn a couple of elevators, I think. This sort of perspective, and these are chains. So it'd be like that, right? Lifting something up. The other thought I had, which I'm getting this from something, I don't remember what, but like some sort of floating landmass which is held down by chains. I don't remember what that's from. That's from something. That's not Zelda, is it? I don't know. Could also be from below. Yeah, this is entirely invisible, whatever it is I'm doing. Don't want to draw too hard though, because it'll make it harder to erase. A shot from below. With some chains. On an elevator, we have a character here. Hanging onto the chain like so. Maybe they're crouching. I don't know. Whichever way. Looking down. At something. They gotta be strapped too. But not just any regular gun. This has got to be like a fucking rocket launcher or a Spartan laser. Not an actual Spartan laser, but something like that. Like, we're going down here to kill a god of some sort. Right? I'm gonna have to work on this perspective because it's wrong right now, but like, that's the idea. Does that make sense? Elevator thing. Chains going up. Something up here. some sort of a, yeah. It's dark, but we get, like, reflections on the face. So I'm gonna try and find a way to, like, you know, instead of a chain gun, a chain rocket launcher. Could be. Or it could be a chain gun. You know? Some massive piece of, you know, piece of kit, you know? But seen from below. Okay. Now I actually need to, like, make this work somehow. Oh no, I didn't grab my beverage. I need to do that, or I'm going to become dehydrated. And we wouldn't want that. So something like this. Actually, that's not extreme enough. So vanishing point is like literally here. If that, I don't know. Okay. Now the grand secret. Oh, that's the wrong line. There we go. Is that I don't really. I tend to, at least for Inktober, I've kind of been freehanding all of these perspective things because I don't got time to make perfect perspective stuffs. Who has time for that? In this case, I'll, you know. It's for the stream. So we gotta be a little disciplined. This one's also quite heavily perspective based, so I think it's important that we get it right. This is, I need to mark the center line here. That needs to be somewhere right there. It looks more or less correct. Got a second view up there. Still seems a little bit too close in. Yeah, we have that. That's like our elevator platform. And then we have our character, who I'm going to define, actually going to erase entirely and then redefine as a box. So that I can actually get this done right. Done a lot of stuff of characters pictured from above. I don't often get a chance to do them from below. So, you know, this could be very ugly. That's what I'm saying. I think that's gonna be our center line. vaguely correct. I'm also looking at it from below, so I should make sure I'm looking at it at the right angle, so I'm actually doing it correctly. Our knees about here, and then Alright, does that work? Does that make sense? Okay, now we have to do the part that's difficult, which is I need to draw a fictional-ish chain gun or rocket launcher in perspective. Now, in some ways, this might be the easy part because, damn it, it's my gun, and I'll draw it however I'd like to. But if I'm trying to do it in a way that has like recognizable parts, somebody might look at it and go, yeah, I know what's being implied here. That might be difficult to do. Just because you probably can't see very well. This is what we're looking at. So we got our character. Kind of wanted them to be hanging onto the chain. So actually we'll change what the hands are doing. So this hand comes from a shoulder you can't actually see, I think. It's gonna be gripping this. Try and show the bottom of the hand. Draw this hand as a cylinder. You know. And then this hand will actually just be like sort of resting on top of whatever this fucking gun is, so. So I'm gonna do a first approximation of this thing as a cylinder. Right? At least with lots of cylindrical parts. Good news is if I do this like well-ish, we can effectively hide any weird anatomical perspective garbage going on, you know? With weird gun anatomical garbage. This might actually be pretty cool. I think we might need a scarf here. Yoko Littner style. You know? Which, you know, this whole thing is a very Yoko Littner activity. Descending into the earth with a massive gun to go kill some unspeakable horror. You know? Very on brand. And we won't need to draw any feet because we'll just draw massive clumps for boots. Hooray. Like these could even be cut-offs, but they won't be because then I'll have to actually draw good legs, and I don't want to have to do that. And it wouldn't make sense, regardless. These can sort of be like bootcut type jeans, cargo pants things, tactical wear, you know? Is this visible? Is this... I'm just gonna give you updates every now and again. I drop this any further, the point where it's entirely obscuring my face, but that's okay. This is a little bit better though. What's our battery life at? 58%? I think we're gonna be okay, actually. Okay. %, more than enough. Yeah, I started the stream at 70, so at this rate, I don't know. I don't know at this rate. I think the sketch is proceeding at a good clip. And like, the only major details here are the person in the elevator and the chains, which are gonna be probably a bit of a bitch. You know, I could make them just really big links, though. Down here, at the bottom. I'm gonna keep a ruler here just as a guide to be like, this is the direction you need to be going with these chains, or else I get the sense I'll very easily get carried away going the wrong direction. They also need to be getting smaller as we go up, so gotta remember to do that. And they're taut chains, right? So like I don't really got to worry about differentiation here. I think at this point it's like getting pretty close to just approximation territory where I'm just like, yep. Shoop, shoop, shoop. Oh, I'm off the line. Oh god, my phone, it like locked. Why'd you do that? Did I bump it? God damn it. Oh, is it working again? But why is it like that? No, I don't want that. Give me a second, figure this out. Ah. Cancel. Yeah, I must have like bumped it and pressed something. God. Okay, it's all well. Let's try that again. Please lock into place. This arm is a little bit of pain in the neck. Okay. Probably upside down again. Yeah, because I turned it right side up this time. So let's put that back where it belongs. All right. Cool. Right, so we're back. That's the chain I'm working with right now. You can see I've got somewhat detailed links at the bottom, and they get smaller and less detailed as they go up. I need to be, you know, treating this like an ink at this point. Okay, let's do the same thing on this side where I'll put up a ruler here to keep me on target. You know, it would be smart-ish to try and mark where I have these links at each step. I'm not sure if these will be wholly accurate, but at least accurate enough to where a passing glance won't reveal how off they are, right? So let's say like this. At this point, what I would do, and what I will do, is turn this upside down so I'm operating at a, I don't know what the phrase is. This is a nice track. Happening. Why is this chain like bigger than the other one? Let's make it so it's not. This is making sense. Kind of, not really. It's okay. So start getting in there with our approximations. Okay. That's mostly done in, and now back here, there will also be chains. Seems slowly it'll probably start to make more sense, I think. Now, hopefully that's the idea. Trust the process and all that. Okay, so we ought to start here, right? The other spot is more or less on right there. Which isn't visible, but we want to be able to know where we're drawing lines from here. It's roughly like that. Kind of like that. This is way more lines than I usually draw for perspective. But this is important. Hello, Lynette. How you doing? I don't think I have seen you on the stream before, but I guess correct me if I'm wrong. We are drawing some Inktober stuffs today. This is my entry for chain. It's coming along pretty good. You're new. Well, welcome to the team, or to the chat, where the team resides, I suppose. I am currently trying to draw some chains. That is the prompt. But the idea of this, I need my ruler back. What's going on here? We're off target. Drawing a character who's descending by way of a elevator, which is tethered by chains, being descended into some sort of pit where she will do battle with whatever, chain gun or rocket launcher type thing she's got. We haven't decided yet. Did you draw all the characters for the frame? Yes, at one point or another. And they're fairly new-ish within the last 6 months or so, I think, for each of them. Some of them were drawn during my request streams. Some of them were just drawn, outside of those streams, like a normal person might do, I suppose. Okay, right about here is where I'm going to start giving up on details. circles and then dots, I think. A lot of that will be defined better with the ink work, I think. Okay. Ta-da! They're cool, thank you very much. Yeah, some of these are original characters by some of my designed by some of my viewers. Some of them are fan art pieces, and some of them are just original characters that I drew that aren't based on anything. There's a lot of Gargura, as it happens. I think I can count 1, 2, 3. There was gonna maybe be a fourth one, but yeah, I've got a bunch I could throw on here, but I didn't want it to just be entirely Garguras, because that would be a little bit one note. I am more than just my Gargura fan art, but only slightly. I haven't drawn any chain links that are like edge on like this. Terrible. Repetitive. Garbage. I guess I've got time to fix that. It's like these chains would probably be twisting a little bit, right? I don't know. I don't know how chains work, if I'm being honest. Good news is this character is like obscuring most of this chain, so I don't need to draw this one really. Okay, those are the chains. As far as the elevator itself goes, I feel like there should be some sorts of braces, or I don't know what you call this. Plating of some sort. Reinforcement. Do you do any drawing, Lynette? Or do you watch any art streamers or follow artists? What do I want to do with this elevator? I feel like there should be some stuff going on. The bottom of it's going to be black, so we won't see any of it, I think. The edges, we will see some stuff. So there should be some, maybe numbers. Oh, hell yes. Definitely like, hazard stripes. Oh, yeah. This is not OSHA compliant in the slightest. There's no, like... We could have some, railing. That wouldn't make any sense with the chains, though, right? I don't know what to do with that. Could be like a cage around this, evoking the cage from Jaws, you know? Lowering scientist boy. Boy, that's like, isn't that Richard Dreyfuss? Am I remembering that right? Into the ocean to go do battle with the shark. But I don't know. I don't think that's the idea I want to put forward here, right? Our character's not trapped down there with the monster. The monster's trapped down there with her, right? So we don't need any cages. It would just be a hindrance. Also, these are definitely going to be goggles. We're not actually going to see her face. Which means I don't need to draw a face in perspective. So where'd my hand go? I think it's right here. Trying to design a few wrinkles here and there. This won't be super visible details, but I think they're important ones nonetheless. You wouldn't actually see the underside of that wrinkle is the thing, so I should probably picture how I'm drawing these. Alright. Trying to find what, like, the bottom of this thing is. You know, a cylinder was probably the wrong approach for the gun. Probably should have drawn it as a box. It's important to know where each part's hanging out, I think. Is that an anime girl on a hovering platform being held up by chains connected to a drone? Brutal. That's like 90% correct. I haven't really drawn in the rest of it, so it's hard to see, but this is more like a, it's not hovering, it's a, it's up on a wall, like this is a well or something. Does that make sense? But yeah, that's what's happening. What should be visible up here? Should we have some, like, powers or something? I think so. Why not go the extra mile when you can? A very loosely defined vanishing point. And unclear if this is like partially a fisheye perspective or not. Well, that's wrong. Whatever I fucking did there is wrong. Okay. These aren't going to be like buildings in a typical sense. These are going to be like scaffolds or like... Maybe you have a construction crane here, you know? A little bit too detailed for being that high up, but you know, whatever. I think that's clearly like off. I'm gonna have buildings that probably gotta be at like this. This perspective is gonna be pretty extreme up there. So like. Like that. That makes sense. That looks better, right? Yeah. If I want to add anything else, I can do that. Okay. I see a lot of reason why I shouldn't start inking now. Except that I haven't really defined the gun. Definitely needs to be a massive like drum here. Gun needs to be bigger? Goodness. It's pretty damn big. I guess we could extend the barrel. It might even be compositionally superior, you know? Hip is almost touching the platform. Goodness, I'm not sure I agree with that, but I like the spirit. So that would be like, nah, that's too much. Alright, the gun is going to be a process of self-discovery, I think. when we go to ink it. It's going to be interesting. An interesting process. Okay, now as far as... Where's my 08? This is my 02. Is this the right tip? I can't... I think this is the one I use for shading. If that, even. 05. Is this the good one? No, this is not the good one. We'll just throw that one away. 08. Use that for thicker lines. I use this, the graphic one, for filling in big splotches of black. As long as I'm not using the Copic for that, when I have much larger areas I need to fill in. But we won't get to that just yet. I also have the brush, which I use sometimes for filling in tones. Where is my... Okay, this is my 02. There we go. This one's got the good tip, which I don't know if you can see that or not. Yeah. So let's move this out of the way for now. And let's start... I always try and start with foreground elements so I don't make mistakes. Which would mean I need to start with the gun in this case, I think. Actually, what I can do is start with the elevator bottom. So, down about here. I could use a ruler for this, but I don't want to. I've already got guidelines, and they were done with a ruler. I don't like the look of lines that are drawn with rulers. They're too stiff. Sakura Micron pens are great. Yeah, I like them. I used to not like them very much. They were, I guess, too responsive is the word I'm looking for. Like when I first started using them, they would go everywhere. Like they don't grip the paper like a Faber-Castell Pitt artist pen might. And I do really like these. I wish I had more of them. I want an XS version of this, which all the ones I have are dead or missing, I think. Casualties of Inktober, you might say. And I don't know, over time I just got used to how these work, so. Big long line. Not using a ruler for it. Is that really the line I wanted? Never really defined that pencil too much. So the line we have is the one we'll live with. I hope that it works. You going to bed? Well, thanks for checking in. Too responsive. Fascinating. Can see that, though. Yeah, I was, just inexperienced and not confident with them. Confidence is kind of the big thing with inking. And have a wonderful night. If you're not already gone. Like, I don't want this to look gilded or anything, I guess. Just reinforced. That looks okay. I'm not going to draw on these lines too heavily right now, just in case I want to adjust stuff, because we're at an intersection point. That's where the shoes are. But we will we'll draw in these first couple chain links, I think. You're still planning on doing month-long, what were you gonna call it? Holo graffiti? It's funny, when you put that poll up, Ihara, I was literally gonna comment as an alternative that you should use, instead of holo graffiti, it should be holo graffiti, because it's right there, you know? But, I guess whoever else was involved, they got that figured out. So clearly the sentiment was universal. That's the plan. You doing any prep work for that? Or are you just gonna go for it? These chains look okay. A little cartoonish, but what can you expect? I don't know how it's gonna go though. Well, I think we are all excited to find out. Daily art challenges are fun. They are, but more than them being fun, they're pretty effective at getting you to improve at stuff. Like, I usually have a great time with the old Inktober challenge. But I feel like at this point, one of the primary reasons I'm doing it is because it's like it's a baked-in skill boost for the year, you know? It's like, if I don't feel great about how much progress I've made in art up till this point in the year, like, it's always a little skill bump at the end. Alright, that's what that chain ended up looking like. I think it looks okay. Not gonna be daily. Okay. Gonna work on each drawing until they're done. Well, that's good too. Especially if you're doing digital pieces at the same scale and grandiosity as you tend to do. Can't imagine doing that every day. Like, the fewer lines I add here to try and correct these, the better. I'll just be like, deal with it. Something doesn't look right, deal with it. Okay. Should probably figure out the gun. This is a scope of some sort, or perhaps a ballistic CPU. I'm not sure why you would need that on a chain gun. Maybe this has got like some sort of auto recoil adjustment. You know, like you designate a target and it calculates based off of range and like target speed, how much it's got to compensate recoil wise. That'd be kind of badass, I guess. Here's what I'm going to do here. This is a very important, like, this is a good example of why I would want to draw foreground elements before background elements. Like, if I wanted to extend this gun out further, it would have been kind of too bad if I'd already drawn this chain link in the back. So then I wouldn't be able to do that, really, without having some goofy lines. Gonna have a carrying handle here. I guess you really wouldn't be able to see the other side of it from here, so let's insist that you cannot. And the barrel ought to extend out further than that handle. Otherwise it wouldn't make any sense to put it there. That is one barrel. Two. Three. Yeah, something's clearly off about the perspective there, but only like a little bit, I think. getting a little bit crazy here. I'm just like freehanding attachments that I'm just making up as I go. Can we sneak another barrel in there? That would probably be a bad idea. I can draw this line though. Literally, I get this gun in place and everything else is just gonna, like, be done immediately. This is the, by far the more technical piece here. I guess with this, let's put the, I think as far as symmetry goes, I would want to put the drum mag here. So let's have a bump out about there. And I can switch to pencil real quick. Whatever works. I think this looks better compositionally speaking too. This is a crazy drum mag. Wouldn't even call it drum mag anymore. It's just has transcended your percussion. This is the Taiko mag. Now I know that doesn't make any sense, but it makes sense to me. Maybe a double drum. I'm not even sure I'm pulling this off, so let's not skip ahead until we know what the damage is. You know, you might say this is a sub-theme of this year's Inktober for me, is dubiously drawn, vaguely futuristic looking firearms. Because, like, I did one of those on day 2 as well. For the spider entry. And it was pretty well in the foreground, too. It was on the character's back, and it did not, in any meaningful way, resemble any sort of firearm that exists in today's, you know, fast-paced world. That's okay. This I might be getting away with. I might actually be doing this. Definitely erase stuff before shading, but this is the gun. We could stop here and we could just have a gun floating, descending down this elevator. We could stop right here, but we won't. We won't stop right here. So here... I kind of wanted to have the... Forgot to draw on the hand. So I think right here is the more crowded and confusing area, so I think it makes sense to try and shoehorn something in there, probably. Or on the scope. Since it's from the bottom, we might be able to get away with just like having fingers peeking over. Like so. I'm going to draw from the bottom up, I think. So we'll start with this boot shape. It's clearly not an actual boot, so not the skill to do that. It's just a boot shape. Followed by these pants. Another boot shape. Remembering, of course, to include as many tactical details as we can. We live and die by our tactics. Where is my goddamn music? There it is. Okay, this I believe is supposed to be a belt. Somewhere thereabouts. That looks about right. Drawn in the lower body of the character, moving on to the upper body. Can I get this in closer? That might make things a little easier. 45% battery life. I think we're gonna be okay. I think we're gonna make it even. Let's continue on these chains. Haven't indeed reached the point where they're becoming the most foreground object. In fact, they probably already were, but don't worry about it. Probably gonna line these chains again with the 08. Or the ones at the bottom, anyway. Make them look chunkier. Okay, so now I need to draw the hand. I think I was gonna have some sort of a sleeve cuff here. Okay, how do I want to do this? Yeah, nothing too complicated. We could do it like that. Just gotta make sure that the fingers are actually on the outside of this thing. You know? Now that I've made it perfectly muddy and impossible to discern, now we can proceed to ink. Okay, now let's get in here and draw the rest of the chains. with due observation of what is on top here. So not sure that's readable at all, but that'll probably work to our advantage. So long as it's like readable, not readable in the sense that like you can't see the details, and not in the sense of like you don't know what's going on there. I think when we erase it, we'll be able to see what's going on, just not the exact details of how it's happening. An abundance of battery. That's right. Okay. Okay. Before I draw those, we'll finish drawing the character. So what's the next foreground element? I guess the scarf, I want to get that in so it's unobstructed. The arm is almost entirely hidden. Here's a little awkward. It's okay. We'll make it like jet black or something. You can also have alternating stripes on this platform. Gonna try and give them a little bit of perspective. It's difficult to do, actually. I think that's entirely inaccurate, but it's interesting anyway. How was I supposed to do that? I guess they're supposed to all be uniformly like wider on the bottom and narrow on the top. So that would have worked, I think, pretty much exactly if this were on the other side. Maybe. I don't know. It's a wash. But don't worry. It'll still look cool. Yeah, I'm overusing the letter T, I think. Okay, I think I got away with that. It was dreadfully foolish of me to try and just freehand an omega symbol. Not sure, I don't draw Greek symbols, so I don't know. I didn't know if I was going to be able to do that. And then I did it. It's not lined up exactly with the base of the T, which is a shame, to be sure, but could be a lot worse. That should have been wider. Oh well. The background chains we can work on. We're almost done with the line art. Just got these little details to do. You know, the namesake of the prompt and all that. Definitely screwed this up. Nobody looked too hard at that one. That would have looked pretty good if I'd done it exactly that way for all of them. I found that I figured out a good method for drawing chains just as I'm finished drawing all of them. But maybe I can go back and do some corrections. So no worries, you know? It's a learning process. It scales way better, or rather, scales down way better. Are we missing any important lines down here? I don't think so. Let's just do the top now. So the top portion, I'm not sure what's going on up here. I just want to make sure it looks like some feasible kind of platform. Also, it being lined up at all with the chains would be nice. Might be asking too much, you know, for my drawing to be realistic. We can darken it when it gets up there, so it'll be less, you know, plain and obvious. I feel like we don't need the expanse up here to go too far in either direction. Is the quality dropping? I don't know. Looks less in focus now. But also just less pixels. It's okay. Okay. Oh, whoops. Bumped it. It's okay. Everything's fine. No, I'm erasing. And this is usually the part where I erase something and go, wait a second, I needed that line. And then I go and I fix it. I like to try and take this part slow, the erasing, because this is where you can introduce a lot of unerasable smears, because pencils can be weird sometimes. Pencils and erasers in particular can be weird. And also the paper. If I'm not careful, I can just like bend the entire page with it while I'm erasing stuff. So it's an important step, which should be treated as important. You can see there's some bits down here on the bottom that are baked in now somehow. There's also all this smudge. You can see the difference in value between freshly erased paper and paper which didn't have any markings on it ostensibly, but is still influenced by lead, is how I'm going to say that. You might call it lead poisoning. Okay, we've erased everything on the character, and it's like, for the most part, clear of debris, so it's good. Let's just make sure we get rid of all this stuff. It's one of the things about traditional art is all this eraser gunk that you amass. It's always a mess. You know? It's crazy. Okay. So do we feel like we need an extended rim? I think we do, looking at it like this. So I'm just going to freehand that. It's okay. I do kind of have a reference here, so I can just put that in. I think what we'll do is we'll do some Copic work where we'll have shading up at the top here, maybe with a rim light, but it'll be the darkest up here, and that'll get progressively brighter as we go down, or something like that. And we'll have that's probably the most economic way to do it, and the most in keeping with the themes. If you're gonna freehand some buildings, make sure you're at least following the perspective. Jeez. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break. 2 minutes. Some depth effect. Yeah. I'm not sure, because this is always the image that I saw when I had the sketch. I'm not sure if that was clear up until just now, what I was drawing. You can let me know whether or not this is what you saw in the sketch, but this is what I saw in the sketch. I might want to like refresh the feed on my phone too, because it's like, is that appearing digital and stuff for you? I don't know. Okay, quick 2 or 3 minute break. and then we'll be right back. Capiche? Okay. Okay, we're back. Oh, hi, Corey. How's it going? I am drawing today's Inktober entry, is what I'm doing. I think it still looks digitally. Oh, I think we got some resolution back. I don't know. Yeah, this is what I'm doing today. Prompt is chains, and I have a setup. And we're at 36% battery life, so still hanging in. Thing is, this is plugged into the computer right now, so it's charging, but it's not charging fast enough to do what it is doing right now. And we have, I cleaned up the dust, I cleaned up the eraser gun. And now we are moving on to shading, which I used this one a bit before, so this one might not be a bad option. I do want to go and make some of the lines thicker, so I'm going to use the 08 micron. Like some of these chains, I think should definitely be emphasized a bit better. How you doing, Corey? Yeah, actually, I don't want to emphasize the ones in the back. Varied line thickness. That's a thing people do. I think it's the thing I'm guilty of not doing. So I'll just go in and I thicken every line when I'm done. I'm like, yes, we need to define everything. Sometimes that is not the play. And we'll go ahead and do this line. Probably also do this. Cover up some of my mistakes. That's why I like doing this. So I can clean up line work mistakes by just making the lines thicker. I strongly believe that is why a lot of people opt for a heavy line style, as it becomes easier to clean up mistakes. Okay, the gun should also definitely have some thicker lines. I guess Corey must have taken off. Oh well. I shouldn't have done that. Damn. Not a huge loss. Just looks kind of goofy. Gonna put a strap here. Something I probably should have. I meant to put it in earlier, but I forgot. Let's think about the perspective here. I think that looks right. Okay. Gunner. You might say that. Yeah, there's clearly some world-ending threat down here. That's got to be dealt with, you know? I think I'm gonna have all of the shapes up here be black. So it also wouldn't be a bad candidate for like rain, aside from the fact that I would have to somehow draw rain in perspective. Which wouldn't be that hard, actually. I would just need to make sure to draw the lines in a... Maybe I'll do that. In fact, that might help sell the whole thing. Is if I have... Because that gives me, like, free perspective lines. Perspective lines for free. Using the rain. Might actually be genius. Okay. Don't want the OA. I want... Let's start with this and see how this treats us. That ought to be the right thickness for what we want to do. Again, light's coming from below. So where we will expect to, actually here's what I'm going to do first. I'm going to grab, oops, this, and we're going to fill in, I want to start that, these stripes. Causing the camera to shake back and forth. Yeah, that doesn't look stupid, so that's good. Maybe we'll leave the Omega white for some reason. That speaks to me. I don't know why. I think it might be because I'm worried about trying to ink it. I'll ruin the shape. Now I don't want to make this outline super bold, I just want to make sure it's a crisp outline. That looks cool enough. So let's do some hashes. This is gonna cause the camera to go crazy. This is the point in the stream where it becomes unwatchable. Don't want to try and go too hard on the chains, because that'll take forever if I do. So we'll just hit the tops, I think. And the back. Is at the very least giving us some variation, so that's good, I guess. Okay. Let's see if we can get away with just like some monolithic shading techniques. feel like if I knew what I was doing, I'd have some variation in the types of shadows on these chains, where it was like completely pitch dark, where there wasn't light coming in. You know, being smart about it or something. Something like that. I feel that I do need a more precise instrument. This is the ticket. Yeah, I should have swapped this a while ago. Billy's in. All right. So how to proceed? I was thinking about if I want to have any like foreground elements. Maybe now would be the right time to figure that out. If I did, perspective is obviously still going to be an issue. And I'm not sure what I want it to be. Oh, you know, I have sort of this weird, kind of an ongoing theme of like viney, tendrily sort of tree things. I could just keep that going. This will become a very tall and narrow piece if I do that, but I think that's kind of working to my advantage. Is this visible? This is definitely not visible. I'm drawing down here. Ugh. Come on. Alright, that's gonna have to do for now. And I'm just gonna freehand some shapes here. Nice little shape. 26% battery life. We're getting close. I'm gonna have to maybe speed it up a little bit. Maybe not add any more giant shapes that I need to shade. Would be good. But we have some definition down here now, you know, so maybe there's some intrigue. I don't do a whole lot here, just like, you know, some. To be like, acknowledge, yes, this is a texture, arguably. Or has one. Tree is looking sick. It is quite ailed with something, I think, and that's why we're coming down here. It is hobbled. In some sense. circles were all black. Interesting. That looks kind of cool. Now we have an objective, right? The canvas is getting too large. So now what we got to do is provide some tones. I'm going to sacrifice some markers in the process, I think. Oh god. Oh shit. This is what I'm working with. They're all C. So we have a C10, a 5, a 3, and a 1. I think I had a C7 somewhere. Or maybe I had it and I didn't actually use it because it was dry. I have a C9. That definitely is dead. The C6 is definitely dead. Okay. It was N5, I think is what I used, which isn't congruous really, but it's all gray, right? I'm gonna desaturate it when I'm done. Yeah, that's still alive. Let's start with a C3, which is still doing okay. I just bought this C1, and I used this so much. This is already going dead. Like I bought it at the beginning of the month, and it's already going dead. So I'm gonna start up here. Just do some. Start some layering work. I don't want to go all the way to the top. So I want to provide some sort of, you know, it would still be lit by something up there, right? Up to a point. Yeah, this is not getting the best output out of this right now. Can try supplementing with some of the other ones. Just going over it multiple times helps. if I want to. Whatever. The Copics are sort of like CGI to me. And I will endeavor to explain. Especially in like 2021, I relied very heavily on the Copics for like shading. Generalized shading, you know? Stuff that I should have probably just done with a pen. But I often relied on the Copics because it was easier and it gave it sort of a poppy look. And also killed the pens really fast. So I had to buy new ones this year. What was I gonna say? Oh, this one's dying too. This is definitely a supplemental pen, if anything. It's no good. Whereas, if I were to shade... Is this still... No, this is C3, okay. If I were to do all my shading with a micron or some sort of fine liner, I consider that to be like practical effects. Because when done correctly, they look better than the Copics. So that's why my ethos is, if I can do something with a fine liner for shading, I should probably do that as opposed to using a Copic. I'm not going to say that that would be impossible for this effect, but gradients are difficult, especially if they go over a wide range of values. And cover such a large swath of territory. So I could do this with a fine liner, it would just take a really long time. And this page is, yeah, see, this is already, you might not be able to see it, it's already dying. They're not making it. Having to use the stupid, like, square brush thing, which might not actually be a bad effect for this sort of setting. This weird brushed look. Brushed steel, almost. Makes sense. Yeah. I'll probably still go over this with some fine liner to provide a little bit of definition in places. Now let's swap to the C1, which is also dying. Might even be this side isn't much at all. Yeah, you hear that squeaking? This thing is toast. It's not long for this world. I love using this for pretty much everything though. Like clouds are great with the C1. Implying tonal differences. Like you can hardly see it, but it's doing something. Kind of. It's kind of doing something. Should have bought a blender pen, so one I have is also dead. That's pretty damn close to finished. Okay, can I C3 my way out of trouble up here? I think we're getting the effect we want, regardless of how sloppy it looks. And it's supposed to look pretty industrial-like, so might even be working in our favor to have it look so filtered. Part of me thinks I should just go for broke and get some watercolors. That seems to be how I use Copics anyway. That's why I go through them so fast. It's like, I need a tone all over the page. Better use my markers, my incredibly expensive markers for that. Do I not have anything short of C10? Why did I get C10? I could have gotten something like C7 or 8 even. It was kind of dumb of me. It's all or nothing, basically. Okay, where can we blend? This isn't really blending, it's just weird artifacts in the wall. And am I amenable to that? I don't know. The anti-blender. Sorry for the squeaking noises. I've got headphones in so I can't hear them. If I just keep trading back and forth with these things, like, eventually some of them will have recovered enough where I can get a little bit more out of each one. Well, I'm just doing nothing. I'm getting pretty close to that point. C3 is the only thing here that's, like, got anything left in the tank, it seems like. Maybe I should have just done this with fine liners. Made it like less dramatic. what can we do with the fine liners? Let's go and 20% battery, we're okay. I'll put some line work on these branches. Or, sorry. I am thickening the lines on these branches in places, not universally. The other thing about the Copics is that it's just like, in some sense, I feel antithetical to at least my vision of what Inktober's supposed to be. So I feel like a perfect Inktober piece doesn't have any Copic in it, or watercolor or anything. That's just my ideal of it. And I never live up to that. Those Copics look cool. They make stuff pretty easy. But I tend to find that when I don't rely on them, the resulting piece is a lot more satisfying. You can't see what I'm doing right now. Sorry about that. I was just thickening some of the lines down there. And what I want to do here, where's my good 2? This is my shading 2. Where's my line art 2? So 05. Bad 005. Good 005. Good in quotation marks, because it seems to like die out for no good reason. Like it is now. Doesn't give me complete strokes. It's done. It's brand new too, so I shouldn't be doing that. Okay, this is my good 02. It's technically not ink. Yeah. It's not. It's not ink at all. But just like the visual style of shading with a pen appeals to me more, I think. It just takes a lot more time. But you can see, good. Like what I'm doing right now, I could have done on the top side. That would have just been the start. I'd have to like have different iterations, different levels of like cross-hatching going on. This thing wears you out after a little while. Not to mention, the microns also go dead eventually. Depending on what size they are, they tend to have longer lives than the Copics. The 005s go dead real fast for me. This one's just dead to me. It's not, hasn't even gone dead yet. But this 02's been pretty good. Eventually the 02's turn into like 01s and then 005s. So, the longer you keep a micron around, the finer detail you can get out of it. So eventually it's just a nub and then you can't use it anymore. Okay, do I want to put... I don't think I want to put any shadow on the bottom. I think I want to stick to my guns on this. Let's try and define some of these shadow regions to make it seem a little more intentional. Cross-hatching up here. Maybe just a little bit, like in the back or the corners. I don't want to give the impression that this is like in shadow per se. I at least want to provide like some form here. You know? Acknowledge the realities of the perspective I'm working with. I don't know if that helped or added anything at all. It's okay. I feel like we're definitely in finishing touches stage, which is good because I only have 18% battery life left. I just don't know how I want to go about perfecting this, you know? Not gonna lie, you could call it done as is. I feel like we're in that territory too. I just want to make sure that getting across everything that I want to with this. Good God, stay put, stupid thing. One thing I am gonna add is I'm gonna try and add a rain effect. See how that works. But you're right. I think it's probably in the right realm of doneness at this point. That's funny. Like the rolling shutter on my phone. I don't know if that's what you call it. When I shake the camera, the Copic tones like stay still a little bit. It's weird. Because the lighting is terrible. I feel like it shouldn't be terrible. I feel like the lighting is probably pretty good. Okay. Oh, we are missing some here. Whereabouts? In between the chain links, can't forget those places. Black magic, I know. It's crazy. Okay, so rain. And what's to do with it? I feel like I was pretty hasty last time I added a rain effect. That was on the which one was that? Plump was the prompt. And it looked a little bit sloppy, so I'm gonna try and be a little bit more mindful of how I do this. But what we do want to do is definitely follow the perspective lines. I think most successful I've had it so far this year is with the mushroom forest. I think it's totally fair game for me to like really round these out at the bottom, so we're like catching some raindrops. I said I should follow the perspective, but I haven't really been respecting the vanishing point at all. I guess raindrops wouldn't... I mean, they would, right? They'd go towards the vanishing point. some goofy stuff here. All sorts of OSHA problems with this platform. Not only are there no guardrails or nothing, it's raining. Like, this is super unsafe. We should not be doing this right now. Drip, drip, drop, little April shower. You don't get a whole lot of water like beating and dripping off of like trees. It tends to kind of just absorb that shit, huh? Noted. We'll avoid that in the future. But the pedals, that's fair game. Okay. Can I flip this around? Great. Thank you. This is better. That's how we do this. We always have the excuse that there could be like wind to explain why the rain isn't exactly lining up with the vanishing point, right? Must have been the wind. Cannot be afraid to cut in front of your old line work when you're drawing rain. looks, feels weird, but it's like, this is how we do it. I guess unless it's something you're specifically trying to make sure is resolvable in one way or another. And then something I've been doing this year to deal with the fact that I have multiple tones. So when I'm doing rain, I will also use one of these guys. Hello, Mortal Stream, how you doing? As long as it falls down, it's probably fine. Yeah, although some rain can go upwards as well. This is another Sakura product. It's jelly rolls. One of these is bad and one of them's good. I gotta figure out which one to switch. Probably do, but basically, in the darker tone regions, I use one of these to draw streaks to indicate rain. You know, the chains probably would have stuff on them as well. But it's in this instance where I like purposely seek out areas which are dark and like draw over them to show lines. Now, like, these buildings are like above the vanishing point, but like rain still falls from the sky. It doesn't fall from the vanishing point per se. At least last time I checked. All rain comes from the great vanishing point in the sky. AFK? Sounds good. Probably the sort of thing where I'll like scan it and be like, this is ridiculous. This drawing has no perspective whatsoever. It doesn't look that bad right now, so I don't know. Wonder if we can try in some clouds. This is something I like to do with the Copics too, is just like give this hint of a atmosphere, you know? Like an actual atmosphere, not like an artistic atmosphere. Up there, up here. And there's multiple like post-processing steps where I have like do a tonal curve balance on the scanner software itself to make sure I'm getting all the values that I want. Like, I don't want the color of the page, so I'll get rid of that. I'll make that white. And then my darkest area, I'll make it pure black, but I get it pretty close. I mean, this implies a degree of specialization in this process that doesn't actually exist. But that's like the guiding principle, right? I just do it till it looks good. And then I do yet more adjustment in my photo editing software, which is a fancy word for Google Photos. That's the cloud where I keep the stuff. And I do that on my phone because I figure my monitor's not very color accurate, so I ought to do changes on my phone. Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna take... Is this a C5? Shit, I don't want that. I mean, maybe I do. At the very bottom of the tree thing. Just some, like, you know, hey, look at this type stuff going on. That said, in my experience, with shading, the greatest good is not that the shading makes sense, it's that you can resolve all the subjects in the drawing, and that the drawing makes sense. Okay. And I give this a tone, because I want to make sure this comes off the page. Very subtle, but it is in there. So, like, technically that is luft, gotten it off the page. That just looks fucking weird, but, you know. I want a couple other, like... eye candy towers up here. Yeah, sure. Okay, let's call it good. Let's call it done. This is something. What is it? Chains. Okay, 21? Yeah. Alright. Ah! So the next step is yank this guy out of here. Stream's not over yet. Still gotta do the things. The things I must do. We're gonna see a scan of this. You know, we can be like, wow, it was all worth it. Oh shit. Versus if this is the only view we get to see during this stream. So I'm gonna turn this off so that it's not dying. Okay. Let's take the phone away. Ugh. Good. Let's also get this on the wall. Okay. Can I switch mics? Test? Okay. I don't know why, but the my headset mic doesn't want to work. All right. Well, anyway, I'm gonna go scan this now. I'll just be right over there, okay? I'm gonna go scan it, and then I'm gonna get it up on the screen. Does this sound good? I'll angle the mic so that maybe I can still yell at you guys. Ugh. Okay. Oh shit. This is not a BRB. We are still B. So it was still B. This guy was still on the scanner. I'm leaving. Going away. I need my laptop to scan. Come on now. Probably can't hear the scanner doing its thing. Although you would have probably if I'd gotten the headset mic to work. You have a photo scanner, and it's got its own software. It's an Epson scanner, so it's got its own software associated with it. And I do like the bare minimum junk on the professional mode. jostle this a tiny bit. See how that goes. As far as color balance, I think this is already actually pretty good. So we're just going to scan as is. And it'll take about 2 minutes. About 2 minutes to scan. Scanner my new Oshi. I've been gone for 60 seconds and you've already picked a new Oshi. Alright, so let's go over to photos. And we'll get ready to download that. Let's get my phone charged. Goodness. It's at 12%. I mean, it is charging, but I want it on the wall, not on my computer. Okay, it's done scanning. Now we're uploading. Okay, it's scanned. It is scanned, which means now I just need to roll this out of here. I don't need an air conditioner anymore. It's too cold. It is nice as a table though. Maybe I should just get a table. Okay, so now I go to my photos and do a very quick crop and such. Let's increase the contrast a little bit. A lot of a bit. Make sure the highlights are up so that the page kind of disappears. And as far as shadows go, yeah, we want some shadows. We want to make sure that we are emphasizing what we want to emphasize. We're going to desaturate so that we get rid of some of that blue. Not all of it though, because I like the blue. And then sharpen it. Don't tell anyone. Alright, that looks nice. Let's upload that. Alrighty, now we're talking. And let's post this guy to Twitter. I don't need this. Go away. I'll come back later. Make sure it's all tagged up with the Inktober stuffs, or else Jake Parker will visit me in my dreams and say you didn't use the hashtags. I don't even think he uses both the hashtags. This definitely is worthy of the cyberpunk tag, so we'll use that. James, definitely still kawaii though. Okay. Another one down. That's right. Okay, so now I'll bring that up on the screen so that we can have a look-see at what we have made. In fact, this will be the last thing we do on the stream, I think. Let's do one more this day in Inktober history, or day 21, since we've done it now. Look at how annoying this arm was. Okay. Let's see. Day 21, 2017. I didn't mark the date on these in 2017, which is silly of me. The prompt was Furious. I drew a, portrait of a furious anime gal. Even at the time, I was like, how very uncreative of me to do that. Which I was not giving myself enough credit, but I was right. And then 2018, the prompt was Drain, and I didn't know what to do with that. Good God, I'd have had a blast with that prompt today, but I decided, yeah, I'm just gonna draw some rain. I was actually pretty happy with the figure when I drew it. Something happened with the legs, I don't know. Also, it got cut off at the bottom because I was bad at planning in general. More old stuff, yes. The umbrella could have gone better, but it could have gone a hell of a lot worse too. So I don't know. All in all, it was whatever. Okay. More rain. Oh, you know what I didn't do is I didn't do like little flecks of like rain droplets landing places. That would have added a little bit, just a little bit. Even 2018 me knew how to do that. Wasn't bad rain either. A little bit one note, but it was alright. Well, actually, the way in which it wasn't is that I didn't draw any rain in front of the figure, because it didn't occur to me that rain, in fact, exists on multiple planes, and isn't all on one sheet of paper like this. You don't hold up an umbrella and block all of the rain in an entire vector. Oh, that would be kick-ass. Right, so that was 2018. 2019. Oh, this is a fun one. The prompt was treasure. And this is Homura and Madoka from Madoka Magica. This is a silly little drawing, and I drew a bench, or what have you. The reason the bench looks so dumb, is I think I drew well, you know, I drew the sketch, and when I started inking it, I realized I had drawn Madoka kind of entirely horizontal, where, you know, if she had actually been laying down, at least some element, namely her feet, would be touching the bottom of the bench. And it was only after I inked it that I realized, oh, her feet are kind of just hovering there, so I guess I gotta draw a really weird bench in order to make this work. So that's exactly what I did. And I made a very creepy Homura. I mean, I just, you know, demonstrated in fact how creepy Homura is. I'm kidding, Homer is one of my favorite characters. Okay, 2020 was another kind of mid drawing from 2020. It was a bit of a rehash from 2018 drawing, I think. Drooling, I think, was the prompt in 2018. So I just drew somebody sleeping and drooling. This time, however, I had a bit of a different perspective, and yeah, it was just generally better, proportionally and whatnot. But there's just a number of things here that I didn't like. Number one, I feel like the bangs go down just way too far on this head. So points deducted for that. Number two, the shirt is a mess. These sleeves look like garbage. Probably same with the hem of the shirt as well. Number three, and this is, I think, my biggest issue with this, is the way I drew the legs, or specifically like the how the calves line up with the thigh. It looks like she's just like holding this leg up. It's like her leg is elevated to me, because the perspective is wrong. It makes it look like it's coming towards us, which isn't what I meant to do, and it looks weird now. But yeah, anatomically speaking, it looks pretty good. I was getting really good at drawing arms and wrists and stuff at this point in time, so still some banging arms that I drew. Big fan. Yeah, there was just a series of really good arms that I drew. I was like, man, I don't really like the rest of this drawing, but I sure do like the arms. And that was the solace I could take in a lot of these. Okay, so 2021. This is another kind of bad one from 2021, although I kind of shit on this one a lot more than it deserved when I first drew it, because I think it's much better than the one prior, which was Sprout. The prompt was actually, I wrote the prompt wrong on this if I remember correctly. The prompt was fuzzy on day 21, Inktober 2021. And I drew to that prompt, but I forgot what the prompt was. After drawing it, I replaced it with Fluffy in my head, and I drew that. Instead, I wrote Fluffy instead, even though the prompt was in fact fuzzy. And this one I didn't like at all when I first drew it. I was like, man, I'm getting bad at this. And it's mainly because I just had some line work problems and some shading problems. The hair got super muddy. I was having issues with my microns, I think, and it wasn't feeding the way I wanted it to. The way I shaded the hair was kind of messy. The bed, if you want to call it that, is a joke. And Yeah, the blanket looks weird. But, like, it looks fine overall. It's, like, not terrible. It's not a terrible drawing, but I was kind of upset with it. 2022. It's probably a good one, right? Ooh, yes, it is. It's a very good one. This is my headliner piece for 2022, actually. Which, in retrospect, I don't think is my best 2022 Inktober drawing. It's up there, I think, but it's not my best one. But it's still going for style points, so it deserved the thumbnail, right? The prompt was bad dog, and this is, you know, in the era where I was like, yes, fill in the entire sky with, you know, this marker that costs $7.50 a pop. Fill in the entire sky with it and see how you like it. I added some I added a reflection of one thing at this island, which you wouldn't really see at nighttime unless the island was illuminated. So, like, we'll say that it was. It didn't have reflections for anything else, though. We have some planets. That's cool. That's pretty neat. It's actually the same set of planets, basically, that I used for Castle this year, unconsciously. Because you draw one planet and you're like, oh, I gotta go for the one with the rings, right? I gotta draw some rings on this planet. And then you go, oh, I should probably have another planet, though, or a moon, right? And then you draw a small one next to it. That's how it happens every time, right? That's how that works. Right, so bad dog was the prompt, and I didn't know what to do with that until I had a shot from the blue where I was like, hey, you could interpret that in the sense that if you say dog to mean like leg, you know, like my dogs are barking, all that. And let's say you've got a bad leg. You might say you have a bad dog. So we drew Space Pirate Lady because she's got an eye patch, got a holstered weapon, giving us a peace sign actually. And the glove is kind of like this one because it seems like it's fingerless, but only on some of the fingers. That's kind of weird. And you can't really see it, but this is like a body suit that leads in from the torso. It's all one piece, I think. And then you had a robotic leg, which is pretty cool. You have mostly a bob cut, and then you have one, like, a couple strands of hair in a sort of a ponytail, almost like a Jedi thing. And then a jacket. I thought it was good. I liked it. Thought it was pretty good. There were some things I did wrong. Also looks like she's like leaning one way, and that's the sort of thing I would fix if this were digital, but can't be doing that. It's a neon light island. Easy explanation. Yeah, I'll take that. We'll run with that. Okay. That was 2022. Now we come to today. 2023. I just posted it to Twitter. I don't have it on DA yet. Give me the... There it is. So we'll just download that and slap that on. 2023. This is the scan. Now you can see it. You can see it all in its full glory. I think it looks pretty good. Got some cool perspective going on. Got water dripping off of things. We got rain. We got buildings. We got a tree. We have implications. We have text. P Omega 82. What the hell does it mean? Who knows? Probably just a serial number for this lift. don't know. We got chains. We got a protagonist. We have goggles or a visor. We have a gun. Yeah, it's pretty cool. This, I think, probably picking up more or less after my entry for Plump. Same sort of setting, I feel, as this guy. Right? Raining. We have a giant pit in the ground. We've got trees growing up out of it. Something's wrong. Something's going on. And now maybe this is a continuation. Maybe there's a theme going on. Maybe I did this on purpose. And that is what we will tell everyone. Even though I did not do it on purpose. I mean, actually, when I did start adding the tree, I was like, maybe this is like the same sort of thing. Looks sick. Thank you. Actually turned out better than I thought it would. Or actually, you know, it lined up pretty well with what my initial vision for it was, which is pretty nice. I feel like when I first started doing this and drawing in general, I would have usually I wouldn't have a vision in mind, but like, even if I did have a vision, like whatever I ended up drawing wouldn't end up anywhere near what my vision was. I feel like lately that's been turning around, where I can have a vision for something and then draw it exactly like I want to do, which is pretty cool. Or at least pretty close to how I want to. A theme? I don't know. Maybe. Probably. I keep I mean, the first few times I did this, it was kind of on accident, I think, but if you go through here, there's a lot of like creeping tendrily plants. I think the first one's in Path, day 3, Trip, day 7, I think, and then you have some in Wander, of course that's a medieval setting, and that's where you have some really giant flowers as well. Same sort of thing in Dagger, climbing up the walls. Then Plump, there were some climbing up the siding of the pit. And now we have it again. So like something's going on in this version of Inktober. Something's growing. Oh no. It's terrible. It's bad. And I'm done. We did it. Alright. I had delusions of like finishing this earlier and then parlaying this stream into a impromptu Starfield stream, but I feel like it's a little too late for that. If I finished at like 10 o'clock or something, like if it were 10 o'clock right now, maybe I'd have switched over to Starfield, but no, that'll have to be next week. So we'll just be satisfied with the progress that we did make, which is pretty good. I mean, it's a completed drawing, right? So, alright, well, I'm gonna start posting this to places. Yeah, I think that'll be the stream. That'll be it. Way to go, team. I guess we can do a quick back and forth flash, right? So like 2017, wow, to today, what a transition, what an improvement. Hooray. Boom, 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 boom. Crazy. Keep at it, whatever it is you're doing, you'll get better at it. Or something like that. No, I've been pretty happy with Inktober this year. I've gotten used to the workflow, I guess, and certainly have no shortage of ambition for these. Literally every single one I've drawn has had a full background. So that's cool. Like, I went through almost a week where I had almost no like close-ups. I had one for map and I didn't like it, and it was after day 8, I think, where I was like, I should really try and do some figure drawings or some close-ups. So then I did a few of those, and then I still got a bunch of, like, you know, almost no character present at all, but I always have at least one character hanging out doing something. So good balance. I'm gonna have to do, I think I should do a close-up at some point. I should try and do right by my witch character this year. The glow up, it's huge, man. Alright. This didn't end up being Inktober sketch hell necessarily. It was kind of something, I don't know. I made this thumbnail and stuff before I decided I was going to try and draw something on, draw something traditionally on stream. Because, like, it was like an hour out, and I'm like, wait a minute, I could do this and not have to stay up until 2 a.m. drawing my Inktober entry today. Wouldn't that be neat to get that working? So, we might do this again sometime. Like next week, we might do this again. Or any other time I want to draw something traditionally on stream for whatever reason. Which there won't be a lot of opportunities for that, but at least we know it works now, so that's great. Alright, it's time to wrap up. I'll stream again on Friday, probably, the 27th. Ooh, I might not stream on the 28th, because I might have a thing I'm doing on the 28th. So maybe, I don't know what's gonna happen next week, I'll figure it out. Could be a Thursday, Friday situation. So I think I can swing that. Yeah. I'll figure it out. So I probably can't stream on Sunday either. So I've got D&D Pathfinder on Sunday. We gotta play some video games eventually. Alright, so yeah. So stream again next week. Almost done with the Inktober thing. You have a wonderful evening. Or, you know, middle of the night. Have a wonderful middle of the night. And I'll see you later, some other time. Keep an eye out. Cool. Okay. Goodbye.